Alrighty, it is time for us to, well, work on our mover system and basically bring things over from our old character to the new. So that's basically what we already did here with the physics system. We implemented it right into our mover blueprint. We made also the whole setup that we had last time. We completed our animation chooser, or a state machine. We completed translating everything from here and also working on the post-search databases, making them work, having our post-search schema set up. We did all that. So now we could go and have our actual character running around here. Doesn't look that good now, for now, because for some reason they are constantly looking down. We have to take a different pose for that, because that's the fault of the pose that we chose for that. So we just have to make minor adjustment to those, and but that should not interest us right now, because right now we are not looking for the polishing the look of things. We're working on making things actually work again, because when I take this character now from here, and let it move and go into the water, we will see we do not have a swimming anymore. Why is it so fucking laggy? Oh, probably because here, but before we do that, maybe we should fix this. Maybe we should implement the HUD again, which currently is not the case. So that's why we get the errors, we dismiss them, and that's probably also why we're lagging, because it constantly puts out an error like, hey, lag errors. Haven't you seen an error is taking place? What the fuck are you doing? Fix the error first. And that's what we will do. So basically what we need to do for that is we go into our battle system, blueprints. We need the BP hero, and we need our mover player. Both are here. Our hero character is here. We go into the main graph. And what we basically need are first a bunch of cleanups of our, well, player stats. Actually, we need to add the player stats in the first place. So if our PPC player stats, we should have that one in there. Okay, we ignore that. We know it's experimental, but that's why it makes the most sense to already implement it, because then we can help Unreal Engine to make it better. But we basically, what we need to do, as you can see, we have our sequence here We will do a sequence here as well. Well, this being the second sequence and our other one being move this a little bit to the side. This is all the mover stuff, and now we need to do our HP bar stuff. That in the BP stats, okay. In the B3 stats, good. And we do need the variable it's referencing to. Oh, wait, actually, we do have it. Good. Do have it from here. So actually, we probably can just copy that. Let's see. It should tell us if they have run into a problem. Update element. See, we do have them. We need the function from the update element. Is in the UI. This is the stuff we need to do as well. We need more than just the event graph. We need... Let's see if it lets us do it. No, it does not. Okay. It does not let us copy over an entire graph. So we may just make that one and then copy over everything we have from here. And we need two functions. Is gamepad and on-device change. Should get those and copy those over first. Here's his gamepad. And our on-device change. An event. Why are we... Why does it not see the event? It has... Okay, whatever. We have the one function we need. The rest should be in here. Do nothing because on-device change is right here. Impose, that looks good. That does. Nah, okay. It's just what we have to do. Because we copied both over at the same time, it just is not... For compiler, does it still? Okay. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it does not. I haven't figured out when it manages to be like, oh yeah, oh, I have this. I completely forgot. Oh, no, not on date change, on device change. On device change. This. And then here on device change. Just like here. So now we have a few variables that we need. And here it should work. This is a variable and compile. It does not, okay. Add ring menu open. There's ring menu. And then we set. And create variable HUD. That one. Right here. Widget HUD. Copy. Paste. File. Now we have that. Then we have a bunch of other problems. A call on day, call on sunrise. Oh boy. Can't have those. And here we have our validator of ring menu open. Convert to branch. Now we have these exact things. Want to have be true. This is true. There, and if this is true. Technically, we could take whatever condition we have here and put it through an AND. And use that. Actually, yeah, let's do that. That's way more cleaner. We take that, get rid of those. We move that forward. We make an AND. And then this is the condition. We go with both. If this is true, it goes there. And if this is true, it goes there. Much cleaner, much more better to read. Let's just put it between those lines. That. It's a little bit more readable, more understandable, probably also easier to fix. Then we have if ring menu is open. This, then that. Good on that end. And now we do have to take care of our call on sunrise. I'm doing good. How are you? That's a delegation. A delegation that comes from PPC Weather Day. We do not have that implemented, but we need it. PPC Weather Day. Now that we have PPC Weather Day, at least a few things resolved. The event patches that I have here, I cannot. Can I just copy them over? Hopefully, if we're lucky, we can, but I don't think we can. No. Okay. Okay. Then we have to set up every single one. I didn't mean to close the beep arrow. That's the on. All right, then let's start with the on weather change. On weather change. Here we do step up, multiply. I'm not quite sure if I want to leave that there, actually. Probably will move that into. Oh, I'm just implementing stuff so it works again. It doesn't throw me old. So those are my event depatches that I currently have. They are basically just they are basically called because it's on the old system where we had basically a time clock, and where we implemented a system to make it react on, for example, what time of day do we have, what time of what's the weather condition right now. And so we have all those events that we can react to and basically use that as a gameplay. We need that in order to prevent that see, now we have like, okay, we have this and this time and we have a super heavy storm. That doesn't sound right. I have to double check as to why that is. Probably because it's never set. But that's okay for us now, because all we care about right now is not getting those errors anymore. We still get, because we forgot. Because we have basically implemented the graph for it, but not the setup of our HUD. Why though? This is fascinating. Okay, this is quite fascinating because by the logic it has, we shouldn't have an HUD in the first place because this character does not have it, but another character does have it. We have the UI event calls, but not the UI that calls the events. So, huh? Why did we have a UI call there? Because basically what we need to do now to really quickly make it work again is simply putting our style code from the out character to here, linking it to here, and now hopefully we do not have, okay, we do have error. What do we have? Current level, no, we don't have that variable. And we also do not have current health. Now, here's the thing, just and let us just exchange. No, sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. Okay, we are just doing it this way. We have this, that, and that one gets connected here. Current health comes in here, the current level comes here, so that one should. Okay. Now it would make sense that we see that stuff. It does look like, okay, we still have our problems because get current elements. So basically we are just fixing errors so we can translate it from the old way of moving around, which is the character movement component, to our new system, which is the mover. Mover is still experimental, though mover is quite stable already. So that's why we want to use it, because in the future the movement component will be deprecated, and we want to be ready to move with current times. If they bring out at one point Unreal Engine 6 and we're not too deep in that we would destroy our project with Unreal Engine 6, then I mean, I assume they do 5.8 first, but 6 is around the corner. Unreal Engine 6 is around the corner. They already basically talked about that they will move forward quickly in the development.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
So we're just fixing the bugs here really quick so that we then can focus on bringing the logics over one bit by bit. So yeah, that's what we do. That's why we have to look at the update element from our and understand why we don't get null. Null, right? We put that over there. Access none, trying to read real property owner. So this is null. Total breakpoint. I want to see it for myself. Unknown class. Unknown. Okay, where do we set our owner? That's really important for everything to work. Oh, because we say owners of variable type PP hero. That cannot work anymore. We have to change that. Owner is not of variable type PP hero. It's of movement type BP mover player. There's one. Yes. Now we put this one over there and yeah. BPC player stats. Don't we have that? BPC player stats, and here in our mover, we do have BPC player stats. What are you talking about? It's at least then. Okay. Um, shouldn't we be current? No, it doesn't let me. Okay, then I have to do it this way. It still sees it as something different, even though it's the same. Okay. We have the current XP. The current XP goes into here. Then we have next level XP. Next. We have to change that at one point overall, because that one is okay. Now we do have the same thing happening here. Get current elements. Could actually do it like that. Probably makes more sense. That one and that one there. Because there will be multiples that have that. Current element will be here. That one worked, at least. Now we have to get the BPC player stats again. That one. Get attributes file level. that should do it. And comment update, that update, clock looks good on that end. That will work. Weather change from here. Weather change. That's a PP hero. Or cast to be. Oh. We cast. We actually still need to cast. I don't think so. Hmm. Kinda. We kinda need to. Cast to BP. Move a player. Okay. Weather change. Put it like that. Not connected here, not connected there. And then it should be connectable from here. No, it doesn't. Then we do it differently. Weather change. Wrong one. Here. Weather change. Call function weather change. And another one is on day changed. On day. Okay. Now you get into here. You get into here. So that one came here, and this one gets over here. You be here, you be here, and you be here. Let's make it more readable. This. And with that. There we go. That's more readable. It compiles, but it does have because here, of course, we need to change that to our BP. Mover player. that. Game mode sounds right. Some logic we really need to put into the game mode. Oh. How do I call the character then? I cannot call it this get player character, even though it is the get player character. What do I have to call then? Get player pawn? Maybe that one is correct. Compile first, then we see. Okay, that one. Okay, pawn. Pawn it is. Right. We're not a character blueprint anymore. We are a pawn blueprint. Alright. Target. I think this one was connected, which means we need to get current health in here, get rid of that one. Put that one like that, and this one we route a little bit like this. The best readable way we can achieve. Because we have this blue line. Oh well. Good, good. Next one is here. Oh, it was one and the same arrow. One and the same arrow, and now do we call this? Looking good on that end. What does the output log say? Do I really have that in my blueprint still? I thought I deleted everything that was looking for those variables, but we have a good look again. Find and search results. We actually still do have we don't need to set twin stick mode, but we get twin stick mode. It clears at least that variable. Where are others though? Log. We're looking for the control style, but there is still something with the analog. Did it not copy? DDC, copy. Here. We don't need, we only go from here to here. That one is not true. We go directly to that, and with that, we don't, we shouldn't have. So, log. We'll have to set a investigate this common UI thing at one point, but now it's okay. That's Neowagawa. We don't deal with that. Widget HUD. That is more important for us. Script message. That's okay. Attempted to access index 0 from array that links in. Okay, hang on. Our function get current elements. Get current elements is giving us an error. Where's our blueprint? The widget is open there. Get current elements. This one right here, which is part in our it should be in here as well. Attribute levels. Up. Someone else. Why can I not just go in there that easy? Why do I always have to? Do it like that. Okay, here we should have get current. Get current element. Get current elements. Current elements else. One. That work. Why? Huh? Widget done. I need to debug on that one. Out here, we want to step into the next one. Now looks okay. Don't even have an element. So toggle breakpoint here. Continue from here to here. It's pretty much impossible that it does. Not really jumping in there, but it jumps in here. Huh? Element is line. It is coming from somewhere. But my element should be dark. Because I get nothing in here. Yet by default, the first one that is in there. It's why I can always only hold one element. We do not have anything. Have the PPI attributes. If we don't implement them, we're not implementing them. What do we? We do. Get current elements. Should have it actually showing up there. For some reason it doesn't. Why? Why are you not jumping in there? You should be in place that's in the current elements. That's what you're calling there. Target is BPI. Oh. It shouldn't have worked in the last one either, because you cannot just call it on the owner. the owner, the mover player, we call it PPC player stands. We need to do it like that. Can basically remove that. Just need that to be connected there. Why was I having that like that? Now it should make sense. Now I should be able to. Again, the dark, right? Yes. Now everything works again. I did it. This is the confusing part. Why did it work on the other part when it never should have worked in the first place? I'm so. Okay, we have that on that. That's just for the target. That's looking good. Does our output log say? Clear the log to be really sure what it says. So good. Let's get rid of our breakpoint. Both of them. We don't need them anymore. Also those. Let me clear the log again. Okay, we do still have a variable that we're not wanting in our system. Yeah, we only need to have a look as to where this variable is. Not here, logically, but it should be here, right? Or is it here in the folly event? Probably in the folly event.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Yeah, there we go. We do not want that. So we just get rid of both of them. I'm actually not sure. We connected like that for now, but I think that we actually want to get rid of the entire here. Let me mark that. Maybe get rid of it. We might want to get rid of the entire function. We actually might want to get rid of the entire function. But, goodbye. Yes, we want. No, we do not. We just make a new variable. And let be a local. Debug. That local variable get debug and you make it a branch. And if that local variable is true, then we debug. And if not, we're not. I don't need it as a command. I just limit down to that. Default is off, so we do not have to care about that either. Can we get that again? Because if we have a problem with our nav mesh, then... Oh, why am I starting in... Let's see, output log. That might be a problem, but not for now. I think we can now continue with the more fun stuff. Now that we debugged it through our errors, we can now try to get back into getting our swimming back to work. That we have to tackle stuff quite differently now. They should do it. This way we face directly the water, we can directly run in, and it's better that way. Let me actually save everything first. What did not work? It's just output, validating asset. Owning actor. Owning actor shouldn't be PPC here. Not anymore. Well, partition layer. And our details. Oh, we should here at the bottom. Our window of world settings suddenly is missing. Yeah. Should be okay for now. If not, we can always set up a new testing world. Okay. Let's see. We are... Here's our reference. Don't need that. But our PP mover player. Get that one in here. Now that we have that working again, we're at least getting no errors anymore. We have to see. Now we can look into our movement modes, and we wanted to add basically new movement modes. Abilities, movement right there. Those are copies from those. Basically, they are copies from the sliding one. We need to look into getting those to work from the lodging. Thank you. Cold water brought right away. Yeah, that was a little bit of debugging. Stuff we always will need to do. But now, what we basically want to do now is from our swimming right here, we want to look into making a good logic that we can basically interchangeable we basically have this logic in order to check if we are above water level or if we are in water or outside of water. And basically if we want to use if we want to use our system correctly, what we yes, exactly. We basically need to transfer all of this checking here into our transitions. Because the checking if we are swimming or if we are not swimming, that is what we need to get done here. And then the actual movement, the actual stuff here, that's where we then need to do in our movement swimming here. However, we have our transition from swim and our transition to swim first. So we have to make the evaluation functions for those. That basically we cannot add any. We cannot put the logic of it somewhere else. We really have to do it that way then. pretty much should be. Just check. Yeah, okay. This will be weird, but don't have a simulation blackboard. We don't have a start state, time step, proposed move. Move is linear velocity. Maybe we want to keep that. And I get from the mover code. And get the owner. What else can I get? I want to know. Oh, that much stuff I can get from the mover component only? Getters. Yeah, I can get the gate, I can get the interaction transform post history, can get the properties for animation. Okay, we can get then. But hang on. Doesn't that mean that okay, not the wearables I need. Oh, I can do it that way. Manage gameplay tags, mover, stance. Should be a stance? No, it's not a stance. More like here. Is flying, is falling. And is jamming. There we go. Then let's do another preparation. We do another sub tag because we also know that we will happen is climbing. Honey, how are you doing? That way, what we can do is checking for if that game tag is set. I'm kind of curious about where the is crouching is being set in the blueprint. We'll want to check that. But basically, we only need to take a look at is climbing and is swimming. We actually do not have an is flying, but I just keep it. We are doing mover. So we are basically translating. We have our old character logic right here, where we in October we set up this swimming logic with a line trace of actually checking if you're deep enough into the water, and then looking into, hey, am I swimming? Am I not swimming? This kind of logic, since we are now translating from mover component, no, character movement component, we're translating from character movement component to the new mover system. So as you can see, here is the character movement component. But what we do use in our new system, that is character mover. We are now basically what we had as a bool before, we use it as a gameplay tag now. My model, we basically have our main character here. Still some fixes to be done with that animation. The animation doesn't really fit to that character. But yeah, we do have that. So this is the old one where all the animations are broken now because we made changes to the skeleton. That's why they are standing there. Or yes, we are working on our own game. We are working on our own hack and slay game, but we made changes to our skeleton so that we can utilize root motion, because we had a few bugs in there. I figured out why that is, implemented the fixes, and now we are looking into how to get things done. So now the actual, so to evaluate if we can win, basically as asking if we are swimming. If swimming is on the gameplay tab. And that's what we do every Monday. We are continue to working a bit of show how we work on our game. We work on it when we are doing off-stream work as well. Let's put it this way. Well, there's one of the times that's the stuff that's more complicated, but also not that interesting that I'm working on, or just the stuff that is really not that interesting to watch. Like data entry. We had last time a lot of data entry that we put in there, like switching animations from the system to the retargeted version of those animations. I've highly underestimated how much that is. So what I thought would just take half an hour was the entire stream. Yeah, highly underestimated that. So if this swimming is true, then we go to swimming. That seems to be correct for that. Then we go to the from swimming. And here it's basically the same. We have this. Anything else we need? And on this end, if that one is free, return to walking. Is that really clip-worthy? I don't know. But thank you for the clip. But yeah, basically when we have a swimming, then we swim. And if not, we return to the mode walking. So now let us make our two things here. I actually want to close all the other. Way too many tabs open there. It's almost looking like my Opera. Further. Okay. So we going to the swimming graph, and we do have all the logic from here copied over first before we do our fixes to it. Water actor. Have that here. I don't have that here. Good to know. I still have to implement another interface. API swimming. And then we have our touch water surface. Should have been an event. Why you? Alright. Leave water surface and touch water surface. 2. And put them basically here. So the top one is our touch one. That's where we put this and this. That event is triggered when we go beneath the water surface. Then we trigger that. It touched water, and touched water is the color to completely always check here. And the next one is our leaf water surface. Then let's call that water collision. Put that over there, and then we do have our check water level. Two times and our check water level comes from here. Okay. So each time that gets triggered, we run the entirety of that. First, we will have the entirety of this being being executed in here, which is not the move away, but one thing after another. We just first re-implement the old logic, and now we have to look. I think in the was it in the old event graph? Somewhere now I am calling the event check water level. I'm just looking as if I'm swimming. One point we have to do all this. All the oh god. No. Yeah, we just have to do it like that. Where do I call you? Check. Do it above here? No. Put somewhere else. Find references by name. There we go, with the tick function.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
I mean, just a check. Just a boolean check. It should be fine, but there shouldn't be too much logic in the tick. Well. Do it. I can look into how to make things better different time. Do I have an there's a thing. Cache inputs, update flow value. Let's call it update motion shags. And in here we basically make a sequence. And one of it is check water level. Specific for the player, so we're not doing a call. So get, then go in here. What was the take? Not here. Here. There. Update motion. So that way we can have that logic in here. Let's call it motion ability. Update motion ability. So once they are done with this entire tail of things, let's bring that all together. There's a lot happening in the thing. But since this is done by the Unreal team itself, I'm not too worried about performance. Because what I do is way less than they do. way less. Then we have the logic from here. So will it compile? Probably not. Because we do not have variables like touched water. Promote this to a variable. Which means we do have to do, and we have our capsule here. Oh, I did a get a set, not a get. I want to get, and I want to convert the branch. We're going in here, and then in here. That should fix that. Next one, our water collision offset. Let's put this into what can we call it? We call it ability, and then swimming. Those are the variables from our swimming ability. That's that one. More readable. This is a set, and the set is not connected. That one is irrelevant. That one is from promoting the variable. We only need this one. Okay. Next one. Water actor. We set it above. Create a variable water actor. and water enter. And we also now set water. And a set touched water. So we set our water actor from there. And duplicate that because do it here as well. And here need to set the touched water and this end. We can get rid of that one. And no touched water. This is when we're stepping outside of the water. Like if we, it's this basically is a security check. Like sometimes you may jump out of the water or something heats you out of the water, and this check is not fast enough. This one basically is on collision leave. That gets triggered then, and then it sets it as offline anyways. So that all of this is not taking place. That's why mine is actually quite fast, because if this is not true, all of the rest will not be computed. Only as long as we are in the water. Then we need the is swimming, which we will replace later, but for now we keep it. We need the changed offset. Or rather, changed swimming offset. Let's call it, if we are on that, let's call it so it's seen. That's again converted branch. Here we have to find out. Oh boy. Okay. For now, I we do not have a correct character movement. We do though have we do though have a mover, and we have to see how we access that from there. The Z cache. Don't want to put it in there. I want to put it in there. I want to keep the Z cache here because I think I need it for multiple things, not just swimming. And of course, our changed offset. That's how it is. Now we look for here the water actor collision offset. We do have our set of is in. Oh my, we will have to change a lot of. Oh bye, oh bye. No, this will work, but why? Our Zcash gets set. Sometimes it makes me wish you could have local variables inside of graphs and not just functions. Because the Zcash would be very much a case for that. But it doesn't really make much sense to make all of this logic its own function. Make too much sense to do that, just to have a local variable. Because that's one more function call, and at one point you don't want to waste function calls. Sure, not too bad to have one more, but I don't want to have that mentality. But wow, it's okay because it's just one more. How many times do you think those occasions of, oh, it's just one more does take place, and then before you know it, you hit 1,000 trigger functions call, and those do have an impact. That overrun stuff. No, we do not want to do that. This is doesn't happen that fast, but 1,000. If you have like one function call that is one method that is like maybe 1,000 lines, and then you have a function that is cut down to 10 lines each, but you have that then 100 more times. And those 100 more times is lower than the 1,000 lines. You basically do not want that. Especially for games, because games performance is everything. And those few milliseconds that you save from there might be essential. Character movement. This is where we take the character mover instead. That we have no something like that. No. That's where we are. That's the stuff where we actually would have our condition. This is why we make this now, because here we have hard-coded movement modes. Here we're setting the logic for the movement mode. Should probably have taken the flying. Movement modes. Flying here, or do I? Okay, I do have to go. Motion model. Put in the pawns. No, pawns was just the pawns. And the gameplay. Okay, flying mode. Probably need the flying. Let's make a copy of the flying mode and not the and use that as the base for our swimming, because basically that's where we are building onto our health system. Oh, God damn it. Modes. Are we in the right? Move. Front papillites. Move. Move here. Here. We delete the mode swimming we have here because that one was based on walking. Not one we need. We need the one that's based on flying. EP. Then go with the movement swimming. Movement mode swimming. That way we can make adjustments here. What we actually need. Okay. Registered and unregistered. Script was not found. What the fuck am I doing here? Find shared settings. Okay. Does not. And data collections cache. Keep that as is. Setting up some more helpful local variables. A timestamp. Get component. Okay. Use input orientation if we have it. Otherwise, use the starting state. data collection and code teller surface certainty if we add checking if my intent works well enough. I think mostly okay here. Okay, we will have to play around with that. Because I think we have to touch this part. The simulation tick doing. Okay. We have to limit that, but what's the actual? What is the parent? Or the parent is okay, but make a parent string and call this swimming. And it's okay, the color is blue. Perfect. And then from swim where it's walking, we do also a print string. Oh, that one walking. And we go from there. We take a brown color for that to represent the ground. And then we can do anything here. Generate move in here. Just to do just a little disconnect. So it doesn't execute anything of that logic for now. But we can basically go from here to there and from here to there. How do we... Oh, we can get it. Now we need our... character mover. And what we need to do is... let's have a look. Gameplay tag. Add gameplay tag. We add the gameplay tag from mover that it is swimming. This is what we do in this case. This we have to figure out later. But if his swimming is true, we can then basically, we might erase this, but we still keep the branch. Then, same here, keep the branch. If swimming false, and we take the character mover and we remove gameplay tag. Mover is swimming. This
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
This is false. So in that case, all the logic happening in here of, hey, we are swimming and we are not swimming should trigger our from and to swim. So we should get our print screen output. We get nothing. The question, okay, we do get our line traces though, which means that we are very much so in the logic of here. Which means I should be able to toggle here. Okay, we do have the movers swimming. Actually, hang on, there was a way to check for the tags again. Oh, of course not. Of course not. Sometimes I'm just a fucking idiot. Sometimes I'm Just have to say it as it is. Sometimes I'm just a fucking idiot. Because of course I can't. Because we haven't added it to our variables. See? Walking, falling, sliding, flying. What is missing? Exactly. Swimming. Movement mode map. I have to double check. What was movement mode map? Because we have to add our swimming there. Movement mode map. Where do we have set you up? Okay, you are in E movement mode. This is where we need to put our stuff. E movement. This one is the one we have to touch. And we need to add 2 more. We need to add swimming. And we need to add climbing. Because both is neither on ground, neither in air, neither sliding, or neither traversing. We have to define it as their own. And now we can go here into movement mode and be like, hey, swimming. Call it swimming. Or should we call it in water? Let's call it in water, actually. In water climbing. We just have to. It's basically in air. This is not all we need to send. There's more. Character mover, I think it was here. Movement modes. Exactly here. Falling, sliding, and swimming. The control surface. What? What? Not my swimming mode, right? Yes, already is. I don't want to see where. Have a look at it, but we definitely want our own one because we only want swimming. Their swimming is probably swimming and diving. We do not want the diving. That's why we have to do the trace changes. Easier to get diving done, swimming and diving done, rather than getting only swimming then. The limitation costs more than actually doing it. But again, we have that, and we have none of that. And sewer is swimming. Transitions. This is where we need two. No, it's just one. Okay. Huh? Why do I have two? The other one is looking for. Okay, so we have the from. Is it from swimming? Where do I set up the two swim? Too sure. Hiding. Yeah. Okay. Now, still a lot to learn about that thing, but this should at least because thing. Oh, why am I? Cannot move. doubt that it... Let me delete this again. Oh. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Makes really sense that sometimes I'm doing such stupid stuff and I'm not even realizing that I'm doing something so fucking stupid. Let's go to theirs for one now. Go. Now we go beep. And mover. We go position. From swim. Gameplay. And now I should be able to walk around again. Yes. Neither the to nor the out has been done. Thought I would understand, but I do not. But I thought once I have this and it jags in here, that this deck is true. Toggle break. Don't. Do I reach the 2 though? Never reached that either. But they are constantly checking this. Like really, constantly. But I guess I have to tell them somewhere. Not as not as intuitive as the gameplay abilities. Similar, but seems to work other in a different way. There should be probably somewhere the command. Check hash input for remover. That's oh, that's commands. Nope, but that's not what we want. Oh, page, that's camera, game band. And jump. Crouch. Let's look at crouch because crouch should work similar. Hit current movement mode. Ground and okay. If it's true, then set mem. spots. Ones to maybe it's that's something else. That's something. Bum, bum. Must be in here. Mover. Head. Probably the AI. That's taking care of the what's it doing? Okay. Doesn't help. Save really quick. But there are a few things we have to look at, which means let me touch and then wait. I well, I have to look into a tutorial again. Thought I would understand, but apparently I'm. No.
The first thing to do, wheel settings, we're going to change it to prioritize our movement character. So now we've got our mover character, and if we sprint, he does a slide, and it's using the new mover system.
Shout out to the O2 game dev for making that in-depth one.
One of the first things to notice is that this isn't a character anymore, it's a pawn. And we don't have the CMC anymore, we've got this character mover. So we're going to go and find this BP movement mode walking, which is in content blueprints movement modes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a print string here so you can see what's going on. You can see that that movement mode is now constantly running. So if I go into the sliding movement mode, so if we change this to be 0 so it only displays once, and I go into the slide, you can see it disappears because we changed our movement mode. So while this is running, it's constantly ticking through all of these and updating the features. The other thing to be aware of, and I'm going to come and get the transition to slide and open that up, and I'm going to add a print in here as well. And I'll change this to be 2. And we'll also have this on the screen for 0 seconds as well. So the other thing that is constantly running in the background are these transitions. So now when I play,
that's what I thought.
2, you can see here we are.
But apparently not.
But change the duration to 1 second. You see it takes up the entire screen, like so. So from this, we know that the movement mode is constantly running and the transitions are constantly checking as well. So what we're going to do is this transition to slide, I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to call it BP transition to super speed. And what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to get another one that is for the number 3. And inside our movement mode here, I'm going to add a new transition, and this will be a transition to super speed. So now we can see that it's running 2 3 2 3 2 3. So it's constantly checking both of these. at a time. So let's take a look at these functions. We're going to check the movement to slide. So what it's doing is it's breaking the simulation parameters, it's getting the movement component, and it's checking if the mover component has a gameplay tag. It's then checking the proposed move and checking the vector length to see if we are above 380. So if we go back to mover and we click on blueprint overrides to change these values, we can see that our walk speed is 165 and our run speed is 375 and our sprint speed is 585. So 380 is the transition check. And we have to be in mover stance is crouching. So once we are sprinting,
That's good, but yeah,
the speed is more than 375.
that's with already set up stuff. Doesn't help us
We come down to
because we're missing adding.
as long as we
our
are on the
new
ground or equal
adding.
sliding, then this is true. But if we're crouching currently, then we set the input state as wants to crouch, and that then adds in the background a gameplay tag for stance is crouching, which then triggers our transition event into sliding. So we come back to the Sandbox character and our character movement. We have
That's
this new
so
sliding
good,
event
but
just here.
doesn't.
And we can see the transition is from slide. We have a transition from slide. So that finishes the slide and goes back to something else. So we can check transition
That's
from
actually the thing we can quickly check. And we have the 2 swimming and our swimming itself. It's called a sprint swim check. According to them, that one should be constantly checking, right? Nope. But if I go into blueprints, movement mode, walking, just have a print string here. Walking check. That one should be constantly triggered, right? Yeah, walking check is constantly triggered. Which means we are missing an essential step that we are not being told. Problem with this is like the documentation of mover is it's there, but it doesn't really tell you how to set up your own stuff. So let's have a look. Maybe it does that at one point.
and that will always transition back to walking. So it's important to understand how these things work, that they're running every tick, and that they are evaluating
Deep
themselves every
dive
tick as
after
well.
all.
So now what we're going to do is, instead of, I'm going to show you a way of forcing the transition into slide. So we're going to get a 1 debug key event, debug key 1. I'm going to get character mover. We're going to queue the next movement mode. We're going to make that sliding. So when I press 1, it's going to go straight to sliding, and we're not going to satisfy those criteria. So you can hear it in its noise that it's doing.
Well,
because
that
we've got
would
these
mean
transitions to transition from the slide, if I just remove this, we should now also see the animation as well. But now it won't ever leave, because we're never transitioning back to walking. Even though we're not doing anything, we're not transitioning. So we add those transitions back again from slide. So this is a way of forcing the next movement mode. But if your transition rules dictate that they shouldn't slide, so here we're not moving at the right speed, and we're not moving fast enough to transition, because this from slide for the linear velocity and the crouch cancels out on tick, because we know that once we enter these transitions, once you enter this sliding mode, that this will start running on tick each time, and that will start evaluating when this movement transition from slide should finish. So when we force it, we're not satisfying those criteria, so it doesn't work and it just gets cancelled out. What we could do is select the flying mode, and you'll see that we start to slide around. So now we're not going up or down in here, so we can go character movement, and we can find the move. But if you look here, there is no move. So that's the next part. There is no movement part here. Movement is all handled in get move input. So to make our character fly, we're just going to attach the BY pitch as well. And then when we press 1 to go flying, now we're up in the air, flying down. And we can go down by tilting our camera down and pressing forward, and up by doing the same thing. But we're not able to transition in this way. And that's because our flying mode doesn't have any transition settings, doesn't have any criteria to go back from flying to falling, and this flying mode tends to be used for things like traversal. Okay. So the traversal logic in Mover is now all in AC traversal logic, as the name would suggest. So if we find where we're running the traversal, and if we're using a mover character, you can see that we're using this new play montage mover actor, so you'll need this for any montages that you play. And then we're doing the traversal, we're setting the warp targets, that's pretty normal, and then we are setting the movement mode. So if we open set movement mode, we check if it's a mover character again, and we select the new movement mode, and then we are forcing it using this Q next movement mode, which is the one that we mentioned earlier. But this shouldn't be used, this should be used sparingly, as it will break these transitions. You can think of these as like the AVP but in text, where transitions are handled inside here and it moves between the two. Okay, but that's not what we were trying to do. We were trying to do super speed. So we're going to add a new movement mode. I'm going to call it super speed. And then we're going to want to find movement mode walking. And we're going to duplicate it. And this will be movement mode super speed. I'm going to open that up. And we can see that on activated, if we are just falling, it triggers that we've just landed. But if we go to generate simple walk move, then we can see what's going on in here. And all we're really bothered about here is the max speed override. So we're going to get our sprint speed and plug it into max speed override. And our acceleration, we're going to put our sprint acceleration into here. And then our stop and deceleration, we can just put that into there. And you might want to play with these values to come up with something interesting and fun, but sprint turn speed is all we care about here. And sprint facing time is all we care about here, because we're not going to be doing idles or anything like that. And the rest is fine.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
And change all of these so that anything that isn't referenced here just gets deleted. So now, just a little bit at the top bit. A lot of this is hidden behind this smooth walking mode, which we can't access in Blueprints. It's C++ only. So all of these variables that are here, for the most part, are local variables that are then plugged into this set vector part just here, which is calculating the in-out angular velocity degrees, which is the parent node of this generate simple walk move. So if we right click, we can type in get, and we go all the way down to the bottom. We can see all of the variables that are hidden to us. So these are the ones that I've got left and set up, and then in advanced smooth walk settings, we've got different ones here to set as well. Let's set acceleration, all of this for the smooth walk, set max speed override for the walking settings. And so now when we come back to Sandbox Mover and we add our super speed, I've got the option to set these speed settings. So I'm going to set this to 1000, sprint acceleration I'm going to set to 800, turn strength I'm going to set to like 8, stop and deceleration 1000 will do, and sprint face time 0.8 will also do. Transition, we're going to go and make a new transition. So it's going to be very similar to transition from slide. So we're going to transition from slide, and this will be a transition to walking. So we get to evaluate, and we can check just what the speed is.
To walking and from walking.
And if we're doing less than 200 speed,
to walking,
transition back
to super speed from walk super speed.
So now we're going to add that transition
In this case.
And now we need a way of activating our super speed. So first off, we've got our super speed in here. We've got our movement mode. Our transitions to super speed. Let's just check that. Transitions to super speed. Okay. So there's a vector length here, which we don't really need or want. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this tag by just adding a new tag to the mover. We're going to click add. And just to move it,
I see.
I'm going to say super.
So one thing we need to do, that's the missing information. But it makes sense. So what we need to do is go to the class defaults again. Or mover. Character mover. There we go. From our walking, that should be also where we go from. We have the transition to slide from there. And we add our transition to swim. And back here we have the transition from swim. Back there. Assume that when we have falling in here, those transitions. Okay, we don't even have transitions. But flying should probably has none either. Interesting. Okay, but now we have the and it is false, so it will not go into swimming. So it's checking. That's good. Now we are on the point where this one is true. So we have the swim shag. Now they are going into here. Now the fun part begins. Oh boy. Once we are swimming, why is it already perfect? This is already perfect. This is exactly how we need it. Almost. It's almost perfect because we shouldn't walk back. No? So we have to have the character's rotation, which we don't have. But that it keeps being on that point is good. That it is not going out of it. That we do not trigger our transition bang. That's kind of a problem. But I kind of want to double check something. We really not going in here. Let me have this and this on the other side. So we can focus on here. Okay, right at the beginning we have a tooth check. Have a constant check for everything this is. Do we have it now as well? Right now, no. Wait, to swim, because yeah, to swim is the one we do not need. We need to look at from swim. So the transition that we get once we enter here looks good so far. But now when I go into this, hit it like this. And now check. We should actually have our gameplay tag removed. Why is it not the case? Why do we not That's a problem more here. Swimming. Put over here so I don't have to stretch my neck. One. Looking at the one. Here we at our swim right here. Basically leading to check the once we reach this thing. Don't reach that. But because we have not set our water collision of what value does it have? 15. And we take the 15 again. And now we check again. Get a point where this is triggered, right? Let's get the point where we set is swimming to fall. We don't, which is not good at all. Want to look at in the rough way, which means we are jumping in. Not. Let me double check. Hi, Rajan. How are you doing, dear? Where's my? Is it not in my window? Activate viewport. And fucking dude does like that viewport. Yeah, that one is completely broken. Us. Not completely broken. Put it in the one. Now we look again. I'm too old. That's all I have to say to that. I'm way too old. We have the water collision and we do have our hit. Our hit collision right now. Still 0. Now it should be true though. Hit result distance is 31. We are checking it against 25. But I am very old to many people, so let's keep it at that. Now it's that check. Suddenly realized 63 is bigger. Now we here again. Now I see. Because we do not never do this whole transform afterwards, which we but which we need to do. Let me actually do all of the setting first. Change that, then give it a tag. And this one should be correct. we go inside the water, it's safe. But we should, at one point later, remove it again. When we remove it, we should at once stand. Why does it not? It's removing correctly now, but it's not triggering error 2. Not triggering. I would check at all. Oh, wait. We check if we have that. One is true so far. Jump into the water. That is so working, but when we get out of the water again, we have to do it different. Could it be? Could it be that we are on a false stack with that? One is associated with it, but we have to do it differently. Now if we go out, yeah, okay, it is what what I thought. Now we're actually changing back to our normal running mode. Okay, that part. Okay. We are not allowed to use the gameplay tag here. If we use the gameplay tag as our boolean. Okay. That does make sense, but okay, now we have to have the actual swimming logic now. Which basically is all of this. might not need the cache anymore. So we might actually be able to do the entire thing from here. If that is true, if we are swimming, we just add the tag. And here we just remove that. That is swimming falls. There's probably do not need to do the. Let's double check. Do have this. We return to walking, and walking just fine, right? Now we have that strafing here. We definitely need to get rid of. Walking is just fine. Okay. And we just have to change our actual swimming. So we do not need all of this. We only need this. That makes life a lot more convenient. And I guess we also do not need this. This doesn't need. Not remove that. And here. We just need this, not the rest. That. Can do the entire call like this. Now, before we go into that, I think I need. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. It was showing to me not straight. So that's why I moved it up in the first place. But it is. Okay, now we can go from here to there, have our movement on that. The one thing I kind of want to check. This database. Why are there so many spawned instances? Should be only one. There's so many. Not this one. It's really making one new one after another. We're really happy this instance. Animation editor preview. This should be the one. So, can I move around as that one? Should normally get now my inputs viewed, but I can see nothing. Why is nothing happening? This is our animation. Ah, here we go. Now we have a locomotion. Oop. One where this all is still on stand. Then crouch is okay. Run, walk, sprint is also okay. So we would go into the runs here.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Might not best approach. Could make a bool. Bind it to a bool here. Or could make it a mover. We would not be on mover around. Let's me double check. If we are mover is on ground. Okay. Hi, seller. How are you doing, dear? That is problematic. We cannot do it that way. could go with not. I'm doing good as well. Where did we go for the gate? Again? Enum. They're really just an enum. Did that because I thought checking pair tag is cool. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe. Having our little bull is swimming here. I did not. We need swimming through and swim also on the end. So that way we can go pool, find it. Why do we not? Oh wait, because this is our blueprint, but we need the animation blueprint. Now we go to the animation blueprint. There where we set things like is starting, is pivoting. Let's look for is pivoting. Where is that's gonna be all in our graph. In here, update properties from character. Gonna be exactly that. come tell me. Okay, that stuff is not in there. Those are functions. I see. I see. Well, then we just do it the regular way, how we do it. Go to the grid graph and do yeah. This will be the base character class anyways. So we do cast EP mover there, and from here it is swimming. If is true, we have a variable here is swimming. Put it in here, the states. That's actually a good point. If our movement mode not take a bool, let's actually make an enum mode. If everything is fine, now we have another nested chooser. To edit you, I want to give you a name. Why can I not edit the chooser? New nested chooser. Choose a name else swimming. And this one will be locomotion to idle and idle loop. because we will need to disperse from there. Standing. Okay. Walk is okay. But we will be in water, and that's the thing we have to change as well. But that way we can take that to basically check if we are swimming or not swimming. It might actually be better than the tag. Let's keep the tag anyways, because I want to use it for disabling that we can use our attacks in water, because that was a thing. That means move a player right here. Set model. Oh no, I want to set mode, not model. And we have our transition to swimming, which will be our evaluation of the movement. Makes more sense to set it here, actually. Do we have some logic in here? Doesn't look. But I want to have a good look at as to how our values are changing, or if they are changing. Because right now, yes, we are in water, but not on ground. Right here, we could change to. We can use that as our game loop. We go in here, edit, and we need this is a new nested chooser swimming. Would be nested chooser. Select me. Add water, and we need just this. we need this. State machine stain. That's what we need. State. Oh wait, that's enum. Wrong one. We need the enum or the state machine stained. Find it. There it is. That's the one. That one is also that. Then we need also a swimming idle. Battle animation. You movement. Okay. Where do we? Not. The player one will be. And one will be broken. It's fuck right. Not broken. And we can use that. Then we need the above water. The above water though, that one is definitely broken. Animations are done. Good too. Am I claiming what I did not do my swimming? What one? But why did I not? Sometimes I have to question myself. That's not the one. That's the one. So first thing first, I want to make sure those are retargeted correctly. Those. This one. This is the start. This is the loop. And the end. We need all three of those. But I also need this one. So I need this, this, and this. Seems like it's working perfectly with the auto-generated retarger. So we don't have to make another one for that. So we go battle system, nations, Mayu, movement. Make a new folder, call that swimming. And put it there. We just make prefix Mayu. the rest we keep. I was debating, do I remove the anim freestyle there on from the name? Actually, come on, we do that. Do not need it being two times in the name. We search for this and replace it with nothing, so it's removed. And let's actually remove it with the underlying one, and then we have that two times. What I cannot put a logic in there. And it's here as well. We just leave it. We just do the prefix and good is. We have to clean up eventually manually. Okay, now we have our 3 animations. Player, fill player. First we go for the freestyle. 2. Freestyle 2L. This one. Freestyle 2. Wait. YU underscore above water flowed. And then we have another YU above flowed. Okay, now locomotion loop, transition to locomotion loop. And this one is the idle, the transition to idle. Kind of have to look a little bit of about that. See if that logic alone actually gives us already the end. Almost, because our logic is should be any. Swimming. Now let's check again. It is at least somewhat correct. Don't know why we change. Only when we leave. Our this looks better. And have to okay. Thanks for the input in the waterboarding. I will waterboard right away. There are a few things we need to change about our animations that we have here. So, first thing first, movement, swimming. Those 3 here. That is the start. That is not important that much, but this one is important. First things first, we need to enable root in, and I think root log. That way we shouldn't be in the air anymore. But let's put it over here to double check. Yes, that does look like the better swimming. The other thing that we need to add it is that it should loop.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
And the other two are transitions. So why is it only updating? Long in water already. It's only updating that specifically once we stop its span. Does not do so when we jump. Jump, it's direct. Water, it's kind of weird. Suddenly we're not in water. What kind of bug happened? Interesting. It saw it as the condition would be met. Again. A little bit more complicated than doing it directly in Blueprint. It's here again. Trying to reassign values. What is this again? Velocity. There's all necessary values. But not the ones we are. That's all good. That has a stain machine, everything. This is where it updates our mode, but it doesn't have any exception. So why is we have to look in here? Why is it immediately on jump? What do we do on jump? Tell me what we do on jump. Walk inputs, jump. Go. Reversal action to project. That's another thing that we have to look for is how do we do now our double jump? Have our input get transferred? What do we have here? Reversal. What do we do here? We trigger the action, we make sure our traversal logic is not. Okay, making sure that the traversal action is not happening right now. Then we execute the traversal action. And the logic for that gets set somewhere. Probably. Out somewhere. My target traversal action. What do we do? Okay. Cache. We check if we have a block to traverse with. That's how we do all that. Traversal level block has one of them. Okay. But the jump itself. Once. Absolute panel. Remember that. It has to be of class 12. Not just anywhere. It has to be a specific block. Don't see though. Debug. Tabs. This is just a traversal. We don't need that. Everything is false, and now we jump pressed, but delay. Nice, a 5-time streak. Nice. Until next frame. Okay, that's just plus code. So if traversal did not work, let me get here, right? So target break, because now we are running around, jumping, and now we have this on false, but crouching. Jump pressed. We do not realize that the logic that we are in here. Which is the thing that kind of surprises me. Anyways, we cannot really get any information for that from there. If we enter this like in our to swim, I know why. I know why. Because of our animation graph. In our animation graph in the state controller, there's this in-air logic. Can we technically call this in water? just call. Okay, we cannot get in there. This. We can rename this into in water. Make it clear to the other, like the other. In water and water big. Here it's big. Get that one, and then transition to swim. And then swimming. And then we do need our state machine in the function. Two new transitions. Let's copy the in air loop and the transition to air. Let's do a double from that. That's the swimming loop and transition to in water. So let's call it water loop. Transition to water loop, to water and water loop. So here, it would be just going to those points. We don't need those. Mind. Oh, come on, don't. Okay. I was about to say, come on. All the logic that we need would be in the transition locomotion. We have that. Update locomotion. And loop, we have that as too. We're fine with that. Only need those. Get it in here. So I'd be having to separate in air loop, but not. Wait, even the in air loop. But this needs to be in air. Just notice that it doesn't do the jumping in. Now it does. It only updates when not moving. Ain't not a problem. Then we would. Now we're running. And movement mode is not up. So movement mode is not the best to check with. What else can we utilize? not really anything, but how does everything get all loop? We have the jump, forward, jump back. The movement direction is definitely a thing that we want to check on as well in here. So enum, loop should be any, that should forward. Anything back, we need a different water animation. Got that. This should be any. This should be forward. This one should be a top. We have the anim. You know what? We just take a look at that the movement is on, because that's the thing that is currently not. What is this doing? Use input orientation if we have it. Otherwise, use the starting state orientation. Seems to be where stuff is wrong, but to let me that and then the double check that one. Now we have just weirdness and a difference. And we do have our flying from here. Gameplay, movement modes, flying mode. How do they handle? Actually, where are we using the intended orientation? Apply gravity to orientation. What does that mean? put that in away, and we split the structure, and we take rotation. Let's put that back. Recombine. No, that's rotation from the. This one is called make rotation. Okay. What do we get from here? Wish I could. This is the vector, but I probably cannot just go and. Okay. But let's do something really dumb. I know it will not work. Uh, this should be totally crazy. It's not that. Is that. Incomes, movie children. No.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
What can I? That's also not it. Crouching, that's also not it. Front facing into side facing, okay, so good. Up prayer orientation. 10, 15. Let's see. Different. Hmm. Okay. Doesn't sound too bad, but let me remove that and then check again. Why not? I'm updating this. This is probably where we better test controller. And not not really doing it. um. Yeah. Okay. On that end, we have no choice but to go rotator and make a print string. All right. Get some good rest. Not attack. Fine. Not strong. String. String. That's one. Row. And we have pitch. Yaw. Now we can. Oh. I should, of course, get. No, it has. Are they even changed? No. Regardless of how I move, that stuff is always the same. It only takes the one from the beginning. That might not really help. If I take that. What if I put direct again? But all do not do this step. All the others. And I got 9. And when I do the movement input, and I have the movement exactly how I wanted. I have a yaw change, but for some reason it doesn't change to the yaw. What? My yaw thing. Here it is. Changing back to our motion. That seems to be, though, on to this. That because not because of that. Let's see. Not because of the. Oops. Not because any of those. But it seems to be. Was it even? Here's my nesting now. Is it really the cause of the animation? Or is it something else? It's something else. That bag. This has to do this in. Which means I probably have got it. Ignore the completely. Now, then on that end, we might be better off taking the. Character mover. The thing. And I now want to. How much different is that from. That already is the same. What is this swimming mode? As Suddenly I cannot move at all. That one. Let's put it. Nope. Even with the even with that. Class common legacy. Setting. Let's never touch the shared stuff. What can I set in the first place? Other one was handstands. I do have them. Yep. That's that's not what we need. So something is not. Let our player rotate. I have no clue. I have to take a break from looking at this. So we have to take a good look at it, all of this offline. So we have to look and go. What time do we get this time? Yeah. Maybe 24-hour stream. Oh, okay, okay. Perfect. We sent you over to Screechy 3D. They are currently having a Christmas special, so send them all the love. And we see each other tomorrow when we look into the new content of Do It Night Bills. So until then, bye.